All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Please be seated. Good morning. Court officer, could you please call the case?
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case KAC BC 2020-04, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Peter Shala.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. First of all, I kindly ask the Parties and Victims Council to tell who's present today for the teams, starting with the Prosecutor's Office. You have the floor.
Good morning, Your Honors. For the prosecution, Lina Pedersen, case manager, Denise Koki, our legal intern, and then Eva Willer, Gaia Pergolo, Filippo De Minicis, associate prosecutors. Thank you.
Yes. Victims Council, you have the floor.
Good morning, Your Honours. I'm Simon Laws, Victims Counsel, together with my co-counsel, Maria Radziowska.
Thank you. That's noted. And now the defense, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm Mr. Jean-Louis Gélissen, the lead counsel, and here with my two co-counsel, Ms. Leto Kariou and Eddie Awini. And we are here with the same team than yesterday, Zaneta Pretovic, the case manager, Juliet Healy, evidence review assistants, Francesca De Castro, evidence review assistants, Judith Kolb, evidence review assistant 2, Camille Gosson, an intern, and Julia Temshi, an intern and translator. Thank you very much.
And for the record, your client, Mr. Shala, is also present in the courtroom. Very well. We will continue with the examination, the cross-examination by the defense of witness 8. We will sit again today in 3 sessions, and I repeat for the benefit of the public that we will have a first 1.5 hour till 11, then half an hour break, then we will resume at 11:30 and we will sit till 1, and then from 2 till 4 we will have our last session. Before we start with the testimony of the witness, we will issue as a panel 2 oral orals. The first oral order is a follow-up of what we discussed already partly yesterday, which is the request of the defense for an extension of time for its response to the prosecution motion for admission of evidence, which is filing 467. We have received responses from the SPO and Victims Council yesterday that they do not oppose to this request of the defense, and I refer to the draft transcript, page 612, line 10, to page 613, line 16. And mindful of the circumstances, the fact that we have a busy hearing schedule this week, and also the length of the submissions by the SPO, we think that there's good cause to grant the defense requests. And we direct you, the defense, to file your responses by the 6th of April for filing 463. And the 14th of April for filing 465. And this concludes our first oral order. The second oral order is, yes, this pertains to the public redacted versions of the SPO and defense pretrial briefs, which are filings 139 and 265. There is not yet a public redacted version, but the panel would like to have such public redacted version of both the SPO pretrial brief and the defense filed. And for the SPO, it would be for your pretrial brief the 14th of April 2023, and for the defense to file a public redacted version of its pretrial brief by the 21st of April 2023, taking into account the redactions applied by the SPO in its pretrial brief. And this concludes the second oral order. And this will make more clear, I think, for everybody present in the courtroom what we can discuss and not discuss in the courtroom. We have, of course, the indictment, the confirmed indictment, but the pretrial brief says something more, and taking into account how the hearing went yesterday, I think we need some more clarity in this respect to avoid so many redactions as we had yesterday. Before I ask to usher the witness in, I have some remarks to make with regard to public and closed sessions and on the examination of witnesses. First of all, for the benefit of the public, it is best that we have as much as possible this hearing held in an open session. And as I said yesterday, let us try to do it as much as possible in open session. That said, we must respect the protective measures in place. And yesterday, I regret to note that we had quite an amount of in-court redactions. My suggestion is that both parties and Victims' Council take note of the redaction we made yesterday, and that we use that information for the further examination of the witnesses during the rest of the week. That can benefit us all. The second remark I would like to make is that for each question that we are going to pose to the witness, I would like to have a clear indication if we can remain in public or we should go into private, because I want to avoid that in the flow of the moment we are in private and we stay in private, and we instead of going into public when it's possible. We should make an effort, and I realize that it is not easy, but on the same time we have this obligation towards the public to try also to do as much in public. Yes, we saw that in your evidence list, the parties nor the Victim Council indicated that there is a wish to broadcast anything from the presentation queue in public. And we would like to reassure parties and Victims Council that the question can take place in public and without the evidence being broadcast. So that's a choice we can, of course, make. And I'm saying this because please take this on board when determining if we have to go into public or private. And finally, this is on a different note, it's a more general reminder that the non-calling party should refrain from trying to elicit information from the witness that has already been given when questioned by the calling party. And we would like to receive systematically references to the provisional transcript when referring to excerpts of the testimony given by the witness in court that day or the day before. And it's also very helpful to have the ERN number every time you refer to an item on your list. Very well. Having said all this, we can now proceed to continue with the cross-examination of witness 8. Madame Court Clerk, would you please usher the witness into the courtroom? Good morning. Please have a seat. Good morning. Do you hear me?
Good morning, yes.
Again, to the specialist chambers. I hope you have had some rest. We will continue now with the testimony, the examination by the defense. Defense counsel, we noted that you still have, in principle, it's a kind of grocery shop, but 54 minutes left for your direct examination. And that is based on the calculation that you have effectively the same time as was granted to the Specialist Prosecutor's Office. You have the floor, Defense Counsel.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Thank you. So, good morning, Mr. Witness. I hope you are doing well. And we will continue with our work. And the first question I would like to ask you today is about yesterday. Yesterday at page 643, line 4 of the draft transcript, you say you were at home when the Calais soldier came and surrounded the house. I would like to show you
That was explained, Defense Counsel, yesterday by the witness already.
Yeah, I know it, but I consider it's inconsistent. It's inconsistent. That's why I have to read all the statement. The statement is very clear on the date, on the condition of the visit, of what's happened about that, and what we heard yesterday didn't match with the statement and the investigator's note.
Mr. Witness, I will ask you to leave the courtroom. Madame Court Usher, could you please usher the witness out? You will be ushered out a moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Yes, Your Honors. Good morning. By all means, defense counsel can put to the witness all of his previous statements that considers to be inconsistent. But for completeness, the witness yesterday explained, I specifically put to him this part of his statement, and he explained that he referred that the first time, the first visit when two people came to the house, he wasn't home, but the second time he was home. So I think that for completeness, if counsel wants to put that to the witness, he should also put to him the explanation that the witness provided about this supposed inconsistency, not just the partial one which the witness has already explained.
Defense Counsel.
Yeah, thank you very much. Johanna, as you know, you rule the fact that if we want to introduce a statement or document from the statement of the witness, we have to read it at the hearing. I am ready to read all the statement I need to include in the file of the court, of course, but it's long. I prefer to cut the question and to continue, but I'm ready to read all the answer, because I pretend, respectfully, that if you read all the statement, you understand perfectly well it's impossible this error of date or this error of visit is impossible. He is talking only about one sole visit with all the elements we know. This is the day, he codes the date, and he explains the events. This is the day they came, they surrounded the house, they recognized 3 persons, not 2, and it's difficult for 2 persons to surround the house, I think so. That's the day that the father was closed in the room. He was asked by the family to provide the gun to the KLA soldier or the so-called KLA soldier. All the elements are here. Really, the explanation we received yesterday doesn't match. It's impossible. That's only impossible. The witness explained only one visit and he codes the date for that. So really, I'm very, I'm ready to all the gymnastic.
No, no.
Really.
And we are ready also to have all the questions asked to the witness that are necessary for the defense. We are not here to cut any attempt to do that. That's not our job. We want a fair trial. For this specific point, what you just mentioned, I heard an explanation yesterday, but I will go back to the specialist prosecutor.
Just briefly also for the record, I just would like to specify this is not a statement. These are investigators' notes, which is not signed by the witness, it's not reread by the witness. So it's not, just for the record, when we're talking about this, we're talking about notes taken by the investigator, not a statement which, like the others, was reread and signed by the witness.
Okay. But, Mr. Prosecutor, your suggestion was in this respect to read out also the first visit, but because I did not, I don't think that I grasped your intervention in this respect.
No, I was just for, to use precise terminology in this regard, these are investigators' notes.
No, I mean your first remark when you replied to the defense, when we were discussing what questions should be asked, should be put to the witness. You've referred that we should, that what the defense counsel was putting to the witness was too limited.
Yes, that's correct. But yes, I asked the witness to explain the content of these notes. This is not a statement. That's
okay, the notes.
Notes.
Yes. But you wanted also to be put to the witness the first visit.
Well, the explanation that the witness gave in this regard, yes. That the question would take into account what the witness had already explained about this document. That was my point.
Okay, thank you.
May I, Mr. President? Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, indeed, it is an investigator note. That's right.
No, Nathan.
But of course, the question of my dear friend from the prosecution service was a tiny part of these notes. It's only some words, 2 phrases. And I would like to introduce in the court file the most important part of the statement. If we ask only about what was reading yesterday, it's a no way. Yeah. It's not the truth, it's not the reality. The reality is all the elements of information that the witness provided to the investigations on this data.
I would propose in this respect, because I understand that it's an important part of the testimony of the witness yesterday, that you also read out to him today the explanation he has given with regard to the question the SPO posed. If you've done that, then you have refreshed his mind, and then you can put this investigative note, I would say almost again to him, and then we take it from there, because I see that it is important. On the other hand, when you only make this quote, maybe it will not be enough for the witness to understand which part of the transcript we are exactly talking about. Yeah?
May I just say that it was really a question for us to read all the thing, it's a little bit longer, or to try to cut it as you suggest yesterday. We decided to try to cut it, but I prefer to read it a full one than to explain why we asked the question and to refresh him his idea.
The fact that we would like to have the reference does not exclude that you also read it out. What we don't want is just a summary
I know,
without any reference. That makes it too difficult for all of us to get to the transcript.
Yeah.
Very well. Madam Court Officer, could you please call back the court usher with the witness? Welcome back, Mr. Witness. Please have a seat. We will now continue with the examination by defense counsel. Thank you, Madam Court Usher. It's on that same page, the question that was asked by the SPO.
So may I ask to my case manager to read the thing, because it's too tiny for my eyes. I'm sorry, even with the glasses.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Kind of you.
Defense counsel, could you first introduce the question to the witness and then proceed?
Of course, yeah. So yesterday, Mr. Witness, at page 643, line 4 of the draft transcript, you say you were at home when the Kelly soldier came and surrounded the house, and we will refresh your memory by reading an extract of this transcript. Please.
This is page 643, lines 22 to 25, and page 644, lines 1 to 3. At the time when the two persons arrived, the two persons came the first time, James Ibrahimai. I was not there, only my brother was there, but I met them at the front door. But when these two persons came inside the courtyard, the second time, with the other KLA soldiers, 10 to 15 persons, that were staying outside of the house, some wearing masks, some wearing hats, carrying automatic rifles, I was present.
He acceded to his request and handed his pistol to him, and he handed it over to the Kaili. At the time of leaving, they told my family that our father should report the next day to Lahi Ibrahimai and his brother Nasmi Ibrahimai at Kaili headquarters in Jablanica at 10. Lahi Ibrahimai was the commander at the time in Jablanica. So my question, Mr. Witness, is, do you consider that with all this detail, this document I read is consistent with the explanation you gave yesterday?
Yes. I can also explain them further. The first time when they came, it was Hamza and Nasser that came. Only these two persons came. I was not there, my brother was there. I met them on the street and I spoke to them very briefly. We discussed the weapons and I told them I will not hand over the weapons, I need them for the village defense. The second time, Nasser Ibrahimi, Hamza Ibrahimi, and other soldiers came. This is the misunderstanding in the statement.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. Defense Counsel.
Thank you very much. So, in the same statement, Mr. Witness, you state, I was told by my family that out of this group, my family could recognize 3 persons. How do you, could you explain this difficulty where you are talking about 2 persons, your family recognized 3 persons. Yesterday you told us it was not a recognition on the spot during the day. So that's what I would like to understand it.
This statement was given after it happened. And the suspect told my father face to face when he was mistreating him. We only recognized 2 persons that came in the courtyard at the time. You may ask the suspect about that. You may ask for details from him.
But if it doesn't commit a
Defense
mistake.
Counsel,
Yeah.
I will give the floor to Mr. Prosecutor.
If I may only suggest that while questioning the witness on this document, rather than suggesting that it is his statement, why did you state this? It would be more appropriate to ask why the investigator would have recorded that. Because, again, it's not a verbatim statement. There is no signature of the witness. There is no attestation in the end that the witness has reread the statement and confirmed its accuracy. So I think for fairness to the witness, it would be more appropriate to ask why did then the investigator record this information in the notes, rather than asking him, why did you state that?
Thank you for your suggestion, Mr. Prosecutor. Defense Counsel, I'm sure you can adjust your wording to make clear that we are talking about an investigative note which recorded, in which the statement, the words of the witness are recorded not literally as said by the witness, but by the investigators.
Yes, but I'm sure that the witness is enabled to know why the investigator worked like this. To ask this question to him, it's in no way he's enabled to answer. I want to be fair with the witness and not ask him a question he's enabled to answer.
But you can, Defense Counsel, say that in the note is written that he has said, yeah, something similar, or that the investigator understood that he said. You can choose a wording which makes clear that it's not his verbatim statement.
Mr. Witness, I can just ask you the question about the date, the investigator's note, the fact that you explain you were not there, but you were told by your family about all these events two times in the statement, in the investigator notes. They say, I was told by my family that and all the elements correspond to what you call a second visit. So the investigator committed a mistake. What is your answer about that?
I swore, I'm under oath, and my answer today is that the first incident, I met them on the street and I spoke to them briefly about the weapons. I was present with my entire family on the second incident. This can be also confirmed by other court proceedings. This happened in Durs, Ramalak, and Koks. The same tortures. They used electroshocks there and in the other location. And other instruments, wooden instruments, weapons, sharp objects. But they also put salt on his wounds. They put salt on his wounds. That is inhuman, what happened. These crimes are inhuman.
Yes, indeed. If they made it, it's inhuman. But sure, if they made it. So, you said yesterday at transcript page 720, line 126, that you have found about Peter Shala being present in the 1988 incident from...
But which one?
Yeah. It's transcript page 720, lines 1 to 6, that you have found...
For the witness. It's
Yeah.
not so. It's not only for me. It's important that you refer to which incident for the witness.
What he calls a second incident, indeed. Yeah.
It's important that he knows that we are discussing the second incident.
Yeah.
And then you
Yeah. That you have found out
told the year.
about Peter Shala being present in the 1998 incident from your neighbor after the war. You also mentioned that this was in September 1999. I would like to show you a passage from your prior statement to seek an explanation from you. This is ERN 105285 TRET part 1, page 15, line 14 to 16. So at the time someone told you that Peter Shala was there, it's a question, and the answer is, I learned this around 1 month afterwards.
Defense counsel, please wait till we have all the documents on the screen. Yes, they're there. Thank you.
I can repeat. So, at the time, someone told you that Peter Shala was there. This is the question. And the answer is, I learned this around a month afterwards. So my question is, which version, Mr. Witness, is correct? That you inquired and learned about Peter Shala 3 weeks after the incident in 1998? Or that you learned it after the war in September in 1999, the answer you provide yesterday.
I heard this version the first time from my father when he was released from prison.
So that's very clear, I think so. That's answer.
Your Honors, we're in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Mr. Witness, the defense counsel has completed the cross-examination. I will now go to the public prosecutor's office and ask if they want to proceed with the redirect examination of the witness.
Your Honor, just something very brief, probably 5 minutes maximum.
Okay, very well. You have the floor.
Just need to put something on. Good morning, Mr. Witness. I just have really a couple of questions for you. Will be done soon. Your Honors, could we please call up the document on the screen, which is witness previous statement to the ICTY. Defense counsel referred to this statement during his cross-examination. It's from 2010. The ERN is U0174052 to U0174057.
Please, could you put it on the screen, Madam Court Officer?
In Albanian, same ERN, 80. Now, if you could, if the court officer could show paragraph 4 on the screen, please. It's page 2 in the English, and possibly the same page in Albanian. Yes, that's correct. Now, Mr. Witness, this is something that paragraph 4 concerns the time when the KLA, a group of KLA soldiers visited your house. We discussed that extensively, and defense counsel has put several questions to you about that.
Mr. Prosecutor, apologies that I interrupt you. Just to be sure, can we do this in public or should we go into private?
Your Honor, I think we can do this in public.
Okay, very well.
Now, I would just like to read to you the first 3 lines of this. Paragraph 4. The KLA visited us a second time, some days later, in the afternoon, at around 17 hours. And this time they were more numerous. There were about 10 to 15. I was at home when they came. Now, do you recall giving this statement to the ICDY in 2007 and 2010? Apologies.
Yes.
Now, if I could please have page 5 of this statement on the screen. Mr. Witness, this statement, this page has a heading which states witness acknowledgement. And it states, this statement, consisting of 6 pages, has been read over to me in the Albanian language and is true to the best of my knowledge and recollection. I have given this statement voluntarily, and I am aware that it may be used in legal proceedings before the International Criminal Tribunal, and so on. Mr. Witness, now in the English, there is a signature underneath this acknowledgement. Do you recognize that signature?
Yes. It's my signature.
Could you please go back to page 2, paragraph 4, where paragraph 4 is, Your Honors. Now, under paragraph 4, there is, in the English version, there is also another signature. Do you recognize the signature?
Yes, it's mine. It's my signature.
I'm done with this document. In fact, I'm done with my examination.
Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. I turn now to Victims' Counsel. Do you wish to re-examine the witness?
No, thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you. And the defense, that was a short round. Would you like to proceed with the rejoinder examination, Defense Counsel?
No, thank you very much, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well. Then we'll confer with the colleague. Mr. Witness, you have been asked several questions by the parties and Victims' Counsel. Also, the panel has one or two questions left for you, so please bear with us a little bit more. And I will now give the floor to one of my colleagues. Yes.
Mr. Witness, yesterday, according to yesterday's transcript, it was on page 77. In the lines 1 to 6, you mentioned that your father was losing or lost the sight. And could you a little bit elaborate more on this? When was it? Was it what contributed to that? And how affects his ability to live the normal life?
As far as I remember, it was sometime in 2008 when he began to lose eyesight. There is a documentation testifying to an operation that he had, but unsuccessful. So it was about 8 years later, that is after the time that he was kept in prison. So all this was a result of what he went through during the time in detention, inhumane tortures until he lost consciousness. My father told me when others would come in, they would tell them, go hit him, beat him. These were various forms of tortures exercised by these persons on the others. I cannot maybe identify all of them, but the suspect has to tell you about everything that happened there because he was there present. He exercised violence together with others.
Mr. Witness, we reached the end of your testimony, and I would like to thank you for the efforts you have put in your testimony, which I believe will be of help for the panel to reach a verdict. So thank you very much. We wish you a safe journey home, and I remind you that you should not discuss your testimony you have given here at the specialist chambers with anybody. You understand that?
Yes, I understand.
Ask Madame Court Usher to usher you out. Thank you again.
Thank you, and I wish you good work and all the best.
Thank you. Thank you, Madame Court Usher. It's now 11:15. We will resume in 30 minutes, and then we will proceed with the testimony of witness 6. Yes? Very well. Here. Oh, yes. Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Very briefly, just for completeness, as you reminded me yesterday, I owe you a reference in the provisional transcript of page 67 yesterday, and this reference was at page 39 of yesterday's provisional transcript.
Okay, good.
For the
record, it's now put in the transcript. Very well. Hearing is adjourned till 11:15.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. Welcome back again. Change in composition with the SPO team? No.
Same composition.
Thank you. Victims' Counsel is complete as before. Defense Counsel?
It's the same composition too.
Very well. And I see that Mr. Shala is also present for the moment, if I understood well. Defense Counsel, before we continue with the testimony of the SPO witness 06, I turn to you because I think you want to make a request. Did I understand that right?
Yes, Mrs. President. Your Highness, Mr. Shala, who is a person who has some desire, has a wish to go back to jail and to follow the hearing by video links. It's a nervous person. He's a nervous person. He didn't appreciate the way things are going on, and he preferred to follow the hearing by video link. It's better for him. We met him twice, just before now, and he was really very excited. He was trembling and so on. I think it's really a better thing for him and for everybody, I think so. That's why we ask you very respectfully to accept to release him to come back to jail. And of course, he's able to fulfill a waiver to be able to follow the debates and the hearing by video link. Thank you very much.
Okay, I will give the floor also to the SPO and Victims' Counsel, but before that, I would like to outline the structure in which this could be done, that a video link could be set up like it has been done in the past, but that will require some time. It's in principle, but we still have to rule on it, not our intention to delay the judicial proceedings. So Mr. Shala could stay in the courtroom. That would be an option. And as soon as everything is ready, he could be transported to the detention unit. He could also waiver his right to be present, but we cannot set up in a short amount of time a video link, because that will take time. So that would mean in concreto that if he doesn't want to be present here in the courtroom, he should waiver his right to follow the proceedings, and then he can stay downstairs following the proceedings through the video, but he is not participating via video link officially as he would be in the detention unit where he is staying. So it would be a waiver, and then after that, as soon as everything is put in place, the possibility to follow it via a video link. Yeah. But before that, I want to give the floor to the Specialist Prosecutor's Office to hear their views.
Your Honors, the SPO has no objection to the defense request, provided, of course, Mr. Shala provides a written waiver that is put on the record. That's it. Thank you.
Victims' Counsel, would you like the floor?
Oh, thank you. We're completely neutral as to this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Defense Counsel, is there, in addition to what I just proposed, so the idea would be that there would be a waiver for this morning, then we will proceed as programmed with the hearing of the witness, and then Mr. Shala can follow here or downstairs, but that still requires a waiver, and at the same time arrangements are made to bring him back to the detention unit, and then there he would be able to follow the complete video link with participation.
May I ask Mr. Shala if he preferred to stay here or to go downstairs?
I would say, please, you can
Thank you very
approach
much.
him if security agrees with that. I see nothing.
Yes, Johannes. Mr. Shala waived to attend his trial, and he don't want to stay in the courtroom or even downstairs to follow by video link. He preferred to waive his right to be present at the trial. He asked us to represent him, but to go back to prison because he needs to be calm and to be in a calm situation. Thank you very much.
For Mr. Shala, arrangements are made to bring Mr. Shala back to the detention unit, but in the meantime, and that was the purpose of my remark, this could be facilitated to give him the possibility to follow proceedings. That was, it will not, the arrangements will not be quicker or less quick than if he is following or not while he is still at the premises of the Kosovo Specialist Chambers. So that was the point I was making. But you made it clear, and I understand that Mr. Shala is aware that there is a presumption in favor of his presence in this courtroom. I mean, he's aware. And you also are telling me that he is completely aware of the consequences of wavering, that he will not be here, and he has not. There's no pressure to waiver his right to be present. Very well. And you will be representing him together with the team while he is not present. I see you nodding. But these are all formal requirements for the waiver. Huh? So.
I can guarantee the court is perfectly aware about the situation and the rules, and I thank you to decide to authorize him to come back as soon as possible. Thank you.
Okay. Very well. Then I will give. Madam Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Your Honor, just to mention that the SPO does not oppose the request for Ms. Shala to follow via video link, but we would have a preference for him to be able to attend in one way or the other the proceedings, so that the things do not proceed as he's been transferred back to the detention unit. That would be our suggestion.
Thank you. Madam Prosecutor, I've heard your suggestion or your preference, but we have also heard the position of the defense in this respect. Very well. We will then give an oral order on this matter. In fact, I will give 2 oral orders in this respect. With regard to the request of Mr. Shala not to follow the proceedings today anymore in person. And for that we will need a twofold order. One, we note the submissions of Mr. Shala, who requests leave to follow the trial proceedings from the specialist detention facilities via video link for the reasons set out by the defense. We note that the video link can be set up at a short notice, and we note that Rule 68 of the rules establish a presumption in favor of the presence of the accused at trial. I want to emphasize that, which is reflected in the right of the accused to be tried in his presence under Article 21(4)(e) of the law. We further recall that participation via video link from the detention facilities is in principle only allowed for in the circumstances provided for under Rule 61, paragraph 2 and Rule 68, paragraph 6 of the rules. However, pursuant to Article 4, paragraph 2 of the law and Rule 116, paragraph 1 of the rules, we can adopt such procedures and modalities as are necessary to facilitate the fair and expeditious conduct of the trial proceedings. The panel considers that the current situation whereby Mr. Shala, with little or no notice, wishes to absent himself from the proceedings has an impact on the expeditious conduct of the trial. And we also note that participation through via video link from the detention facilities does not prejudice Mr. Shala, insofar as he will be able to follow the proceedings and communicate with counsel who will be present in the courtroom. And this will allow Mr. Shala, to, as stated by his counsel, to have a meaningful participation as if he was physically present in the courtroom. And Mr. Shala will be put in the possibility to instruct his counsel whenever needed. This is without prejudice to the right of Mr. Shala to attend in person any hearing if he so wishes to do so, and the power of the panel to order Mr. Shala to attend in person any hearing where the panel considers his physical presence necessary or when the rules impose such a presence. Accordingly, we authorize Mr. Shala to attend the trial proceedings for today, and we will see how it goes further, what the requests in this respect are, remotely from the specialist chambers and at the detention facilities. And we order the registrar to make the necessary arrangements to set up the video link and to make possible a direct line of communication between Mr. Shala and his counsel in the courtroom. And in addition, we order the defense to inform the panel, SPO, and victims' counsel via email through court management unit whether Mr. Shala intends from now on, it's not clear for us yet how this will proceed, if he will be physically present in the courtroom or not, and we would like to know that one day prior to each hearing, including if it's on Sunday for the next day, because halfway the day, like today, is very disruptive for the judicial proceedings and for the whole organization. This concludes the oral order of the panel, the first oral order. Then there is a second oral order with regard to the waiver of the period that Mr. Shala will not be in the courtroom and also not following the proceedings. We have taken note of the submissions in this regard of the specialist prosecutor. However, in taking on board Mr. Shala's wish not to follow the proceedings anymore in the courtroom or even downstairs, and the importance of an efficient management of the trial proceedings, and that means that we cannot wait. We don't want to wait another 1.5, 2.5 hours before everything is set up. And the short notice we were giving in this respect, we will accept the waiver, and under Rule 68, paragraph 4 of the rules, there needs to be for a waiver under the rules an initial appearance, and that has been there. Mr. Shala has been duly notified that he is required to be present, and Mr. Gillissen has confirmed that. Mr. Shala has unequivocally and voluntarily waived his right to be present. His counsel will be present and will represent his interest during this hearing. And in the specific circumstances of today, we are of the opinion that the presence of Mr. Shala is not necessary for this specific hearing. So we authorize Mr. Shala not to be present for the remainder of the day. This concludes my oral order. So I will ask security to bring Mr. Shala downstairs. Thank you. Yes. We will proceed now with witness 6, with the examination of witnesses by the Specialist Prosecutor's Office. We will work till 1. We have our break, and then we work from 2 to 4. And it has taken us yes, 3/4 of an hour. Defense Counsel, I understand that it's not completely in the sphere of what you can control, but during the day we have now allowed for it as an exception, but we need today know in advance. We cannot halfway the day make witnesses wait and use judicial time in this way. We have proceedings for this. I respect the wish of the accused not to be present, but we have rules for that, and I would like to keep to those, to be able to efficiently manage the time of all of us, respecting his needs too. Yes, and I see you nodding.
No, things are very clear, Your Honor. Things are very clear, and I hear the decision you issued. It's very clear. Thank you very much.
Victim Counsel, you have the floor.
You're on a quite different topic. I wonder if it would be convenient to deal with the issue that was raised by email by us at 9:42 this morning in relation to the additional exhibit. I raise it now because I don't want to interrupt the proceedings at a later stage.
Yes, I will say I think we have prepared. Could you make more explicit what you're referring to?
Your Honor, yes, it's an email sent by my co-counsel, Ms. Radziowska,
yes.
at 9:42, in which we point out that there's one item on our presentation queue that had not previously been disclosed in legal workflow. It's the paragraph 44.2 point that Your Honor raised yesterday. We checked overnight, and there is one. It's a photograph, so it will take no time to prepare. But we invite Your Honour and Your Honour's colleagues to give us leave to use that photograph.
Yes, we will address that for the start of the examination. We have taken due care of that. We realized that there was not a request, but there is a request I see now. Not now, but from 9:42. But we will take care of it.
Thank you.
And as a general rule, these kinds of requests, we try to deal with them, and that's a remark for parties and victims' counsel, always just before the party of participants will start with their examination, just to see if there are any objections. We want to give everybody the time to raise any objections till that moment. And if till that moment no objections are raised, then we can proceed to rule it. Yeah? Thank you for raising it. Then I think the moment is, it's there to usher the witness in. Madam Court Usher, could you bring the witness in, please? Welcome. Please have a seat. Madam Witness, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Welcome to the specialist chambers. How are you, first of all?
Thank you.
How are you?
I am well.
Madam Witness, today we will start with your testimony. But before we start, I have several remarks for you. I first
Go ahead.
Let me first explain the protective measures that have been granted to you for your testimony. The first one is that you have been assigned a pseudonym, and that means that we will never mention your name. I will refer to you only as Madame Witness, to make sure that the public does not know your name. We also have face and voice distortion for you in order that no one outside the courtroom that is watching the broadcast can see your face or hear your real voice during your testimony. And when you answer questions that will not reveal your identity, we will do so in open session, as we call it. This means that the public can hear what is said in this courtroom. And when you are asked to describe anything that relates specifically to you or mention facts that might reveal your identity, we will do that in the so-called private session. And that means that there is no broadcast and no one outside the courtroom can hear what is said in the courtroom. So then it's just us. And if anything is said during an open session that may identify you, we will protect that information, because the testimony you will be given will be broadcasted with a delay. And we can remove any information that we don't want to go out from the broadcast that will be seen and heard by the public. And we also take it out of the transcript of the proceedings, so everything that is written. Are the protective measures that I just explained to you, are they clear for you?
Yes. I understand them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You are called to testify before the specialist chambers in the case of the Specialist Prosecutor's Office versus Peter Shala, to assist the panel of judges, that are we, to reach a verdict. After you have taken your solemn declaration to tell the truth, you will be asked questions by the lawyers for the prosecution. They sit on your left side, nearest to the lawyers, with the togas partly in purple. Yes. You will be asked questions by the lawyers representing the victims admitted to participate in this case. It's on your left side nearest to you. And the defense counsel of Mr. Shala on your right side with the togas partly in red. Yes? And by us, the judges. And I would like to provide you with some guidance for answering the questions that you will be asked, Madam Witness. Listen carefully to each question. And if you don't understand, feel free to ask the question to be repeated. For us, it is important that you tell the truth and that you tell us what you heard, what you sensed, what you experienced, what you saw yourself. And if you did not see or hear it yourself, but you found out in another way, please tell us. Because it's for us very important if it's something you have seen or heard or somebody else. Yeah? And you may not remember all the details of the events, and this is perfectly fine. Please testify on what you know. And if you don't know, just say, I don't know, I don't remember. Have you understood all this?
Yes, I understood them. All of them.
I also would like to give you some practical advice, Madam Witness. Everything what we say here is translated by the interpreters who are sitting upstairs and recorded. So it is important that you speak into the microphone, which is lighted, is the red light, then it means that it is on, that you speak in the microphone, that you speak clearly, and that you speak at a slow pace, because that will allow the interpreters to...
Yes, yes.
And it's important that you only start speaking when the person asking you a question has finished. And when a question is asked, please wait 5 seconds. It may help to count in your head. And then give the answer. Because that pause is necessary for the interpreters to finalize the translation of what has been said. That's the reason that we try to talk not too quickly. And if I raise my hand, please stop talking. And sometimes it could be that I ask you to take off your headphones if we want to discuss something. That it's better that you don't hear it because it could influence you. And if you have any questions, if you need a break or you need assistance of any kind at any time, please raise your hand so I know that you wish to say something. Is that all clear for you?
All of it. All of it is clear to me.
As we must do with every witness, I will now ask you to read the solemn declaration to tell the truth. And I remind you that it is an offense within the jurisdiction of the specialist chambers to give a false declaration. Do you understand this?
Yes, I understand it.
Clerk will be now so kind to assist you with the solemn declaration to tell the truth. Madam Witness, please read the text provided to you.
Solemn declaration. Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Thank you, Madam Witness. You are now under oath to tell the truth. And we can now begin with the testimony of you. And I will give the floor now to the Specialist Prosecutor's Office to start with their examination. You have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honors. Good afternoon, Madam Witness.
Good afternoon to you too.
As you have been granted protective measures that the presiding judge has just explained to you to protect your identity, I will ask now the trial panel to go briefly into private session to discuss a few details about your identity and about your family. After this, we will move back and I will be telling you when we will move back into public session. I will try to do as much as possible in public session. So, Your Honors, can we briefly move into private session for this part?
Yes. Before we will go, so there's one more remark I would like to make. Madam Witness, please
Yes?
answers, be very careful when mentioning names. Yes? That's a general remark I want to give to you. Very well. Madam Court Officer, could you bring us into private session?
Thank you very much. Madam Witness,
Thank-
husband's work as a police officer seen in the local community where you were living?
He was appreciated. He worked based on the law, and everybody appreciated them and spoke good words about him. And when I say everybody, that is regardless of their nationality.
Madam Witness, did your husband have any political preferences?
He did have preferences. He was a supporter of the first Kosovo president, Ibrahim Rugova.
So you told us that your husband had these political preferences, and then my question is, was he politically active or involved in politics?
No.
Thank you, witness. We have completed this preliminary part, and I will now ask you some questions concerning the period of 1998. We will then proceed chronologically from there.
Madam Prosecutor, we will do that in private, I understand.
I have still a few questions in private, and then I will tell you when I think it is safe to move to public session.
Just checking in, sometimes in the heat of the examination.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Madam Witness, where did you live in May 1998? Do you remember what happened on that day?
Yes, that day our house was attacked. The property, the place where we lived, was violated by certain persons or soldiers of the KLA who came from the general staff in Jablanica and entered the yard. Some others remained around the house, all of them armed with long-barreled, short-barreled weapons. It was far, I didn't see in detail, but they were armed. Two of them entered the yard. I knew one of them but did not know the other. We learned his name later.
Thank you, Madam Witness. So just to confirm, you were present, were you present that day at the house?
Yes.
And you described some KLA soldiers, as you told us, coming into your house. What were they doing there?
Madam Prosecutor, I think I read they came in to the yard.
Yes, apologies. That has been my...
Only two of them came to the yard, entered the yard. Two of them entered the yard, whereas the others remained along the fence. It was about 15 of them.
Thank you, Madam Witness. And can you describe for us what did they do? What did they come for to your yard?
One soldier that was by the fence, just at the head of the fence, had a weapon that we call a grenade launcher. And this weapon was pointing towards the house and was saying, move away, because I'm going to shoot at the house and destroy it.
Thank you, Madam Witness. Your Honors, I think we can move to public session. I will just remind the witness. Madam Witness, we are moving now into public session. So from now on, please be careful not to mention any names. If you have to make reference to your husband, please don't mention his name and just say, my husband. If you have to mention or talk about your children, you could say that by my eldest son or my daughter. And also, please do not mention the name of the place where you lived at the time which you told us before. Thank you.
Court officer, could you bring us into a public session, please?
Your Honors, we're in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Madam Prosecutor, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honors. Madam Witness, so you described these people coming to the yard and some staying behind on the fence. Can you tell us what happened next after this moment?
Yes. The whole family was inside. Before that, only the youngest was outside, and he came and said, somebody is in the house, some are in the yard and some are along the main road. And I went outside. In the meantime, two of my cousins came. They came to the yard and talked to them. The rest were further from the house by the fence. We did not know them. I spoke to the two that were in the yard and I asked them, on whose permission are you here in my yard? And they said, with the permission of the general staff in Jablanica. I will not mention the name of the commander since you said not to mention names, and I will not mention the names of the two soldiers who came to the yard. So I started this conversation with this boy, the first one that came and whom I knew as a person. And I said, aren't you ashamed to come in this way to the yard of my parents' house?
Madam Witness.
I asked him to leave in a proper manner, because if something happens, if a fire shot is heard, the Yugoslav army is nearby, near Radonjic Lake, and that can lead to crimes, to massacres and victims from our side, from your side. He accepted my request and said to me, I'll go out on the road to speak to the commander, but when he went there, I think it was the commander himself, he was the commander himself, because he made this sign with his finger, meaning withdraw. And they immediately moved away from the fence and left in an unknown direction to me.
Madam Prosecutor, page 48, line 24, the name of the two soldiers yesterday have not been redacted, so this could be elicited from the witness.
Thank you, Your Honors. I was planning on asking those names. Thank you. Madam Witness, you told us that two people approached you and you spoke with them. So it is safe to mention the names of these two people. Could you please let the panel know who these two people were? Their names.
Your Honors, we're back in public.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Madam Prosecutor, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honors. Madam Witness, you described this event that happened on specific date in 1998. Can you tell us what happened after this moment? What did you do after?
After this moment, we had our own car and we organized ourselves. We also had a car from another village that we called. We took some things, packed things, whatever we could in a hurry, put them in the car, and were trying to leave because we did not want to spend that night there. So we left and went to Jakova.
Thank you, Madam Witness. And just to clarify,
Thank you as well.
who moved to Jakova? Was it, maybe we should try not to mention names, but was it all of your family?
The whole family, we locked the door to our house and just left.
Thank you very much. Now, we have finished discussing about events in 1998, and I would like now to draw your attention to events in 1999. You mentioned that you moved to Jakova. Can you tell us how long were you there in that place?
We stayed there until 1999, until 3rd of April, until the 3rd of April 1999. The police then expelled us. They told us to leave the house and go to Albania. And that is what we did, along with the rest of the population. We went to Albania through Prizren and crossed the border there.
Thank you, witness. And can you perhaps clarify, you said, and I think, if I'm correct, the transcript page 53, line 25, you said the police then expelled us. Can you perhaps elaborate a bit more as to the context of that, just to make us understand a bit more the situation at that time?
At that time, the NATO bombings had begun. The NATO bombings had begun, and the police forced people to go to Albania. We joined the convoy of the people and went to Albania. We traveled by 2 cars.
Thank you for that. I would now like to ask you a few questions about your stay in Albania. And again, for that, Your Honors, I think it may be safer to go briefly into private session.
Madam Court Officer, could you bring us into private session, please?
Your Honors, we're now in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Madam Prosecutor, please proceed.
Madam Witness, you just described to us your trip and where you were staying in Albania. Can you tell us a little bit about your life there and how were things in the first part of your stay in Durrës?
The first part of our stay in Durrës was calm. We walked in nature, in the city. But later on, we realized that we were being followed because a rumor had spread that a Serb officer arrived in Albania. And, of course, I imagine they gave the name, and we started being followed from time to time, that we ourselves noted, sometimes me, sometimes my sons, or another person of the family. They were being followed when they were taking a stroll or when they were going to the store to buy food. I noticed that the house was also being surveyed by them, and I heard men saying, "This is where he is, this is where he lives." I could not see them, but I could hear them saying those things from a close distance. They said, "This is the family and this is the owner of the house."
Thank you, Madam Witness. A couple of clarifications on what you just told us. So, transcript, this is page 57, lines 11 and 12. You said, a rumor had spread that a Serb officer arrived in Albania, and of course, I imagine they gave the name, etc. Can you perhaps please clarify, without mentioning names, who are you referring to? Who was that Serb officer?
They said that about my husband.
Thank you very much. And you also said, always at the same page of the transcript, lines 12 to 16, that we started being followed from time to time. Yes, Your Honor. Can you perhaps elaborate a bit more and explain to the panel who was following you, if you can?
The KLA soldiers who were in Albania. They followed us.
And how did you know that these were KLA soldiers who were in Albania? Did you know any of them, for example?
Thank you. You have the floor, and please try to finalize this line of questions, or not this line, but the questions you have for now before the break.
Yes, Your Honors, I was going to suggest that given we are entering a new topic, maybe we could, I could wrap up now and we could go into the break and then continue after the lunch break. I'll just maybe, I have just one question for the witness and then we will close it here. I think otherwise we're entering into a more broader, lengthy topic that I think is best to deal with later after the break.
Thank you. Very well. Please proceed.
Madam Witness, we will discuss what you were just starting to tell us after the break. I think for now, I just wanted to have one follow-up question. Before the events that you started telling us about, was there any other situation that made you uncomfortable during that period of time? And then you can try to answer as succinctly as possible, and then we will discuss the other part later on.
No. Nothing happened up until the incident when my husband was abducted. But our movements were restricted. His movements were restricted. We did not allow him to leave the apartment very often, just for a short walk or something similar.
And the reason for that, what was the reason for that you did not allow him to go out very much? If you can just clarify that.
Because we were being followed. We noticed that we were being followed by unknown persons, and that was based on their conversations that we heard while they were standing next to where we lived, by their demeanor, saying, "This is where they live, this is where they are."
Thank you, Madam Witness. I think we can finish here for now. Thank you, Jonas.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you.
Madam Court Officer, could you bring us into public, please?
Jonas, we're now in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Madam Witness, we are now going to adjourn the hearing to take a lunch break. So I will ask the court usher to usher you out. I wish you a good lunch, and we see each other back at 2 o'clock.
Thank you, and same to you.
We will resume in 1 hour. The hearing is adjourned.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. Welcome back again. I see that the SPO is in the same composition.
Your Honors, we have a slight change in the composition.
yes,
We have
I
a
see
new
it.
legal intern, Leah Khaled Champetier.
Yes, one person. I see that the Victims' Council's team has not changed, and Victims' Council not. Defense Council, your team is the same, isn't it?
It's exactly the same, Your Honor.
Very well. We have noted that for the records. Before we proceed with the examination by the Specialist Prosecutor's Office of Witness 6, I would like to discuss with the defense the following. Mr. Shala, if I understood well, is not following the proceedings from the detention unit. Can you confirm that?
So I think he is following the hearing in the detention unit by video link. That's what we defined with him.
Then I will liaise with CMU because I received possible other information. Because if he's not following the proceedings, and I don't see any setup here, so I cannot communicate with him. And we granted the video link participation, but in this way there is no video link participation. So that part we will not be doing as it looks now. And for the record, it's important to know if Mr. Shala is not participating at all, and that we are, because of the waiver which was granted for the whole day in the oral order, we can proceed in that way. But the agreement that I thought we had, that is that he would participate via video link. And then normally what then happens is that you see Mr. Shala here in the courtroom. So your last information is that he would be participating?
Yes, but we have a mandate to represent him. So I take my responsibility to say we are able to represent him this day and this hearing.
Yes.
And we will have a contact with him during the end of the day.
Okay.
To be sure to control our mandate, of course.
Yes, very well. And then also to inform the panel how the day of tomorrow will look like, because I don't want to continue to use time in this way, that it's not clear if your client is participating in which way. Because
No, it must be clear. It will be.
Okay. Very well. Thank you for that. So then we proceed in this way, that Mr. Shala is not participating in person and not following the proceedings via video link, but that he is represented by his defense lawyer. Madam Court Usher, we will proceed with witness 06. Could you please usher the witness in? Welcome back, Madam Witness. Please have a seat. Madam Witness, we will now continue again with the examination by the Specialist Prosecutor's Office. We will be examining you from now till about 4 o'clock, and that will be the end of the day for today. Yeah? Then you know what the program is. Madam Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honors. Before proceeding with the questions, I have a request for clarification from the panel that maybe will need to be briefly in private session, if that's okay.
Madam Court Officer, could you bring us into private session, please?
Your Honors, we're now in private session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Madam Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Your Honors, just we noticed the reductions to the transcript from this morning, and in particular to a few of the locations that the witness was discussing. And I was going to mention in particular the location of Durres and Giacove.
Yes.
I was planning on eliciting further information about events around these places in public session, but noticing the reductions, I wanted to seek guidance from you. It is the SPO belief that talking in public session about Durres should not be too problematic, because of course our understanding is it was a large influx of refugees from Kosovo into Albania and into the city at the time of the events, so it shouldn't be particularly identifying. And the same goes for Giacove, who is a big town, of course, and many people from the surrounding areas moved there in their attempts to escape the war. But of course the SPO will proceed as instructed by the panel from now on.
Maybe for these two particular events on which you want to elicit information from the witness, you can proceed in public, but it was our assessment that in this specific case it could be identifying, and there's always room for discussion in these types of redactions, or not always, but sometimes there's room for discussion. But if in this specific case you think it will not be identifying for Madam Witness, we can proceed in that way.
Thank you very much. Okay, then I think we can proceed with the first few questions again in public session. And of course, if at any point I see that we may go into identifying information or locations, I will suggest to move into private session if that is fine to proceed in that way.
Yes, very well, thank you. Before we go into public session, again, I will talk to you, Madam Witness. When we are now going into public session, please don't mention the names of your family members. I think it comes out naturally, yeah, but please don't do that. And also not the names of towns, only when the Specialist Prosecutor indicates that it is possible.
Understood. Thank you, Your Honor, Madam Judge.
Bring us into public session, please.
Your Honors, we're in public session.
Yes, Madam Prosecutor, I have been reminded from one point, so I think that we have to go back into public session because I want to discuss one point with regard to the redactions with you. Madam Court Officer, sorry, we have to go back into private session again.
Your Honors, we're in private session.
Okay. Madam Prosecutor, the word Durres in the indictment is redacted. So that was one of the reasons that we took, the panel took that as guidance for part of the redactions. So in the pre-trial brief, if it would not be redacted anymore there, then for us it would be clear that also while we are in court, it would not need to be redacted, unless it would be really relating to one of the witnesses.
That is noted. Thank you, Honors.
Madam Court Officer, could you bring us back again to public session?
Your Honours, we're in public session.
Thank you. Madam Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honors. Good afternoon, Madam Witness. We will proceed with some questions now, and in particular discuss, events in 1999 that we started discussing before the break. I would like you to bring your attention to a specific event that happened in the second part of your stay that you started talking about earlier today. Could you please maybe describe for us what happened to your husband at some point during your stay in Albania in 1999?
Before I go into those events, may I discuss an incident that happened before he was abducted, before my husband was abducted? May I do that?
Madam Witness, we can do that, but we need to be very brief because, of course, we have a few questions still to cover. So you can proceed maybe just to give some context to the events later, but please try to be very, very brief. Thank you.
Madam Prosecutor.
Thank you as well.
For next time, Madam Witness, please refer to your family members, not with their first name, but by their relationship to you. Yes?
I understood. Thank you. I will not repeat it again.
Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Witness. So, going back to the events concerning your husband, can you tell us what happened that day?
They went out for a stroll, as I said earlier. My son, the owner of the house, and they went to a location where they were met by a car which was carrying four armed persons. They stopped them. They grabbed my husband by his shoulder. The owner of the house told him, "Let him go, because you are not allowed to do this." The four of them pointed their weapons at them. And so that is how they were able to drag my husband and put him in the car. But my son recognized one of them. I will mention his name later on. He recognized him and told him, "This is what you should not be doing." But they closed the door, they spoke nothing else, and drove off. So they abducted him. But my son came and informed all of us. And so all of us then went to the main street, and many other people from the neighborhood came there as well. We saw the car driving by and we started throwing rocks at the car because we were very upset at that moment, but he sped off. The car sped off and we couldn't stop the car from driving off. Afterwards, we went to the police to report the case. I don't remember the police station number. We reported the case with my eldest son. We told them about the incident, gave them full details.
So you told us, and I'm looking at the transcript page 67, lines 21 to 24, that this car with four armed persons stopped your husband, your son, and the landlord. They grabbed your husband by his shoulder, and then they put him in the car. I would like to ask you, were you present when this scene was happening?
No, I was back in the apartment. Only my eldest son was there with my husband, but he came to inform us, and then we all left the apartment to go out on the street to see what was happening and to see whether we could stop that from happening. But we couldn't.
So if I may clarify, so what part of this situation did you see yourself with your eyes, if you can clarify that for us?
I only saw the car arriving and driving off. The other part of the incident was witnessed by my son.
Thank you very much. To private session to elicit a few more questions about this.
Madam Court Officer, can you bring us into private session, please?
And despite him telling Bashkin Lama that what he was doing, it was not correct, what happened? So there was any situation where they tried to stop? Can you describe, if you know from what you were told, how exactly the discussion went between those men and your son?
Your Honors,
That was it, that was all. Because it all happened very fast because they had guns pointed at them. They couldn't discuss that much longer.
Now, Prosecutor, I saw the defense standing. You have the floor.
Your Honors, I just wanted to point out that that was a leading question, but it has been answered in the meantime, so there's no point to my objection now.
Just one moment. What was specifically for you, Madam Defense Counsel, the leading question?
If Your Honors could see at page 69,
Yes.
line 19 onwards,
Yeah.
we see that there is the imputation that there was a situation, I don't see it in the transcript where, well, that there's a discussion happening there between these men, and I believe I heard, but I don't see in the transcript, that somebody grabbed someone, there was a description of the situation, etc.
Okay, no, because I want to follow up on your leading question, because if there's a leading question, I agree with you that you should try first to elicit the information, and then if it's necessary, we can go to a leading question, but not out of nothing. So I was trying to follow up on what you just said, in order to give instructions to the prosecutor. But can you indicate where we have the leading question here?
Your Honor, thank you. As I've just said, in my view, the question, sorry, the transcript goes on.
Yes, I know. You can maybe lift it, go up again.
The reference I just gave,
Yes, okay. We are here.
page 69,
And despite him
line
telling,
19.
and despite him telling Bashkim Lama that what he was doing, it was not correct, what happened?
And it goes on, the question.
So there was any situation where they tried to stop? Yeah, can you describe, if you know, from what you were told, how exactly the discussion went between those men and your son?
We may disagree, Your Honors. It's up to you. Yes.
Okay. No, we try to be very attentive to leading questions. Let me say it like that. Yeah, Madam Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Madam Witness, can you provide maybe just a few more details about the people who were in the car? You told us that they were armed. Do you know, or were you ever told, any physical description of how they were looking and that day? Any other detail that, if you can provide that to us?
My husband and my son told me that they wore black clothes and that they were armed, all four of them.
Thank you, Madam Witness. Your Honors, I think it is safe to go back into public session.
Madam Court Officer, could you bring us into public session, please?
Your Honors, we're back in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Madam Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Witness, when this situation occurred and when your husband, as you described, was approached and then put into that car, were there any reasons or explanations provided to him of why he was taken away?
No.
Madam Prosecutor, Madam Witness, can you take off your headphone, please? Thank you. Madam Prosecutor, you just elicited that she was not there. I think you should rephrase your question in this respect. Madam Court Clerk, could you assist the witness with putting on her headphones again? Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Witness, I just wanted to follow up on one, on the question I had before. You told us that you were not present when this event occurred. You were present later when you saw the car driving away. So were you ever told, perhaps by your husband or anyone else, if any reasons were provided at that moment or later on for him being taken away?
They didn't say it then, but he was told when he was being arbitrarily held at the metal factory in Caucus. He was told there. He was told also while he was being taken to Cook's, the first location they stopped, I will mention the name later, where he was tortured in a bunker by many persons whom he did not recognize, with different instruments, sharp objects, blunt objects, because he was facing down the floor. And one of them, there were two persons who were communicating and saying, which one of us is going to kill him, you or I? He told us this when he returned from his detention at the metal factory in Caucus. He told us about everything that he had experienced there, everything that he experienced while he was being taken there and while he stayed there.
Thank you, Madam Witness. And we will go into that in a moment. But before that, let me ask you a couple of questions.
I understand.
So, immediately after your husband was taken away, what did you do immediately after?
We went to report the case to the police station in Durrës, which was close to the hospital. I don't remember the number because it had the number. We reported the case. My son was there, and myself. We explained the incident, me seeing the car, and everything that we could remember to describe.
Thank you very much. So after reporting this to the police, did you receive any information from them as to where your husband was taken?
No, but that day they told me that they will make sure to find him. That is what a police officer told me, that they will make sure to find him.
So during that time, and I will now ask you for how long in a moment, but during that period when he was away, were you ever able to be in contact with him at all or have any information about his whereabouts?
No, despite all our efforts and the police efforts, no. However, he did call once by telephone from the detention center from the metal factory in Durrës. He said that he was well and asked if he were well, and that was it. He called and said that he was alive. He did not tell us where he was. He was not allowed.
Thank you, Madam Witness. Did you see your husband again after he was taken away?
No. We could not move because we were afraid of something happening to us as well, of this bad thing repeating itself. We did not see him until a police officer brought him home 12 to 13 days later. I cannot say accurately. He brought him to the courtyard. They didn't even stop to speak to us. And that is where we saw him for the first time in a very terrible condition. He was almost fainting. He was covered in blood.
It's not easy to talk about this. Do you need a break?
No. We took him inside. He was unwashed. He was covered in blood. He had a bad odor. He was wearing a black t-shirt. They told him, "You will now work for us." Whatever they could think of, things that they could only think of. That was a very difficult moment for us, psychologically, mentally. My sons, my daughters were crying, the rest of us, of course. We tried to encourage him, to support him. Whoever is a human being cannot do this onto the others unless they are criminals. We cleaned him. Later, the following day, he told us of other cases as well, or of other things that happened to them, to him. He told us that those 13 days were very difficult, had very little to eat, could not clean himself up. They only had a thin mattress to rest on, had very little water to drink, and similar. And of course, he described the tortures that he experienced by other soldiers, KLA soldiers.
I will try now to follow what you were just saying, but maybe we will proceed a little bit step by step to follow the events, how they unfolded. So you told us that your husband...
Fine. I understand.
You told us your husband came back after approximately 13 days, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
So can you tell us what he told you, how he described what happened to him immediately after he was taken away in that car? Did he provide any information about that?
He told us where he was stopped. I mentioned the incident at the location, which I cannot name, but he was in a bunker. He was tortured. He was tortured verbally. He heard unkind things about him being said. My husband told them, my son recognized you. You can kill me whenever you want.
Madam Witness, maybe, Your Honor, maybe it's better if we go quickly into private session for this information.
Before we go into private session, before you Madam Witness, can you take off your headphone for a moment, please? Before you discussed with the witness when she was informed by the police that her husband, or if her husband was, if she was informed by the police where her husband was, I'm not sure if you are gonna refresh her memory with a part of the statement in this regard, because if not, I will be doing it after this. But it's the part, page 3, part 2 of her witness statement. Yeah, but I leave it for you if you will discuss that further on. And it's line 16 till 24. And in the meanwhile, I will ask the court officer to bring us into a private session.
Your Honors, we're now in private session.
Thank you. You have the floor.
Madam Witness, I have a few follow-up questions about. Oh, I see that.
Madam Witness, can you hear me?
Yes.
Continue with the questions.
Thank you.
Madam Witness, earlier you told us that you reported this incident to the police and that they said they will look into this, but you didn't have any information as to where your husband was during that time. Did you?
No, I didn't. Only when he called my husband. That's the first time I heard of him. I heard that he was alive, not that where he was.
Did you learn at any point later where he was being kept?
Yes, when my husband was brought back, that's when I learned where he was kept arbitrarily in the metal factory in Kukas. What happened to him on the way to that location in the bunker where he was tortured, the incident of the two saying, who will kill him? Shall I kill him? Shall you kill him?
Witness, what you just said is that your husband informed you that he was there when he returned.
Yes.
Did you receive any other information during the time he was away?
No.
Your Honors, then I would seek your permission to refresh the witness memory on this point pursuant to Rule 143, paragraph 1, on this specific issue, if...
Yes, please proceed, Madam Prosecutor. It's also for the panel to better understand this specific aspect.
May I then call up ERN 105370. In the English part is part 2, page 3, lines 16 to 19.
I don't remember.
Madam Prosecutor, I would like to liaise with the Court Management Unit. Madam Prosecutor, the Albanian page, which is, we don't know the number of the Albanian translation. If you could be so kind to provide that for us, to put that on the screen.
Sure, give me just one moment.
Yes,
I'll
of
retrieve it
course.
for you. 1 second. Your Honours, the Albanian transcript should be part 2, page 4, lines 8 to 11.
Thank you, Madam Prosecutor.
Your Honours, I believe we're still in private session, but I think we can now move back to public session.
Very well, thank you. Madam Court Officer, could you bring us into public session, please?
Your Honours, we're in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Madam Prosecutor, you may proceed.
Madam Witness, I would like to go back to what you were discussing earlier. You mentioned before, and this is transcript page 76 at lines 11 to 14. You said, I mentioned the incident at the location which I cannot name, and I can now say that it is safe to mention that location. You said he was in a bunker. Can you please, if you do know, if you were told what was the name of that location?
May I say the name?
Yes, you may.
Ramaulak. Ramanak.
Did your husband tell you how long he was kept in that location?
He said 1 day or 2. I cannot tell you exactly.
It's okay, no problem, Madam Witness. And again, I'm going back to what you told us a bit earlier, and again, it's transcript page number 76, lines 13 and 14. You said that he was tortured verbally. He heard unkind things about him being said.
And physically.
Exactly. Can you please, can you provide any more details about what happened to him in this location?
He fainted and was unconscious for 2 to 3 hours.
Anything else that you know of, or?
No, he did not tell us the words they used when they offended him verbally, only that they told him they were going to kill him and abuse him.
Thank you, Madam Witness. What happened after
Thank you.
in this location in Ramallah, as you mentioned? Do you know what happened after?
Only from what my husband told us upon his return. He told us that he was taken towards the metal factory in Kukas with those persons in the car. So he was taken to the metal factory in Duros.
Witness, just a clarification, because you mentioned, and this is page 81 of the transcript, line 16, you mentioned first the metal factory in Kukes, and then right after line 17 and the metal factory in Durres. I just would like to clarify, do you know which location it was?
I misspoke. Kukas. Kukas.
Madam Witness, what happened to your husband in Kukes?
Madam Prosecutor, could you please put on hold for a moment? Oh, yes. No, my transcript was not proceeding, so you may proceed.
I will just repeat my question to the witness. Witness, I was wondering if you can tell us, if you know, what happened to your husband at the metal factory in Kukes.
At the metal factory in Kukes, he experienced further torture. He was tortured with blunt objects, metal bars. He had his left arm broken, his leg all over his body, and on his back he was physically tortured, and he was hit with a metal bar on his head. His clothes were covered in blood from top to bottom.
Did your husband provide any other details about the treatment he received there?
Yes. They applied all forms of torture. On top of that, they wanted to cut his veins. On the wrists. He would sleep on concrete floor. He had no clean clothes, no conditions to clean himself, little to eat.
Madam Witness, did your husband tell you where within that metal factory he was kept?
I never saw that factory myself. but it was a place where many other prisoners were also held, and there was another separate room where he was kept and interrogated. They would tell him, why are you here? They would use offensive language against him. They would verbally and physically attack him. And they would continuously torture him during interrogations.
Thank you. So you mentioned that he was interrogated. Do you know about what? What was he asked during those interrogations, if your husband told you that?
They would say, do you know why you are here? And my husband wanted to know why he was there. Then they would ask him, why did you socialize with Serbs? And then my husband replied, everybody socialized with Serbs. We all stayed with them, lived with them. I never committed any criminal offense for the 37 years of my service as an official. I have never done any of these things that you are doing here.
Thank you, Madam Witness. Just before you told us, and this is at transcript page 82, lines 8 to 12, that he experienced further torture. He was tortured with blunt objects, metal bars, and then you mentioned in particular some parts of his body that were affected. Now, did your husband ever tell you who mistreated him, who did those things that you just described to him?
Yes, he did mention several persons whom he identified, whom he knew who they were.
Would you be able to tell us those names, what the names that your husband told you about?
Yes.
To do that now as we are proceeding, so you can proceed with that.
We are in public session. I know.
Yes. Yes. May I say the names? These persons were Sabit Geci, Jemshit Krasnici, there were others as well, amongst them Peter Shala.
Madam Witness, You mentioned the name of some of the people who your husband told you did these things to him in Kukes. In relation to these people, did he provide any other information, anything else in relation to these people?
Your Honor, we're in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Madam Prosecutor, you may proceed.
Madam Witness, you told us before, and I'm looking at the transcript, yes. So I believe it's page 82, lines 21 and 22, 23. You were describing the fact that your husband was kept in a place where many other prisoners were also held. Do you know the names? Has your husband ever mentioned to you the names of those other prisoners? What happened to your husband while in Kukes. I would now like to ask you a few questions about his conditions when he returned. And you gave us already some information about that, but I would like you to maybe explain in a bit more detail for our understanding. So when your husband came back, what was his physical condition? How did you find him?
In a very poor physical condition. He had lost weight. He was pale in his face because of the stress, of the tortures, the fact that he did not sleep. They were afraid to even go to sleep because bad physical shape, his arm and leg broken, there was a scar and wound on his head. He was covered in blood from top to bottom on his clothes. He was in unclean clothes, but with care that we showed as a family, he overcame that condition.
Did you see any other scar in his body?
Yes, there were scars on his legs, and this was confirmed by international medical organization in Pristina when he went to give a statement. They took photographs and assessed the damages that his body suffered. He also suffered stress, from stress and trauma, nightmares.
And Madam Witness, how did your husband get those marks, those scars?
He got them from the tortures he suffered at the metal factory in Kukas.
Thank you. You just described his physical condition. Can you elaborate or provide a few more details about his mental condition, his spirit? How was he doing emotionally?
He was quite full of emotional. He was weak, looked as if he was going to faint. His teeth were missing. With the medical care provided upon our return from Albania to Kosovo, with the care from the family and the food that was especially prepared for him, and the good words and support that we showed, saying to him that this can happen to anyone when they fall into the hands of culprits and people who do such things. Don't worry, because he was very distressed. But all of us in the family encouraged him, told him that justice will prevail, it will come, don't worry, we will leave it to justice. And we did leave it to justice to prevent any blood feud.
Thank you, Madam Witness. How did seeing your husband in that condition make you feel when you saw him again?
Interpreter's correction, blood feud in line 20 should read revenge. The entire family, myself, all of my children suffered a lot of stress. What befell on us will stay with us, and we will never be able to erase it.
Madam Witness, I know this is difficult, but could you perhaps help us understand a bit more how these events affected you and your family?
It greatly affected us physically, mentally, It affected our economic conditions. It affected my husband's health and the health of the entire family, because we were also traumatized, used therapies, medicine. But as I said, this will never be erased from our memory.
Thank you, Madam Witness, for sharing all of that.
Thank you.
Your Honours, may I just consult with my colleagues for 1 minute to see if there is anything else we want to ask the...
Please proceed.
Your Honours, I believe we are done with our examination in chief. Thank you.
Madam Court Officer, can you bring us back into public session, please?
Your Honours, we're in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. We have completed the questioning of witness 6, of Madam Witness, by the SPO. We will now continue with the questioning by Victims' Counsel. Before doing so, I will give an oral order. The panel notes that Victims' Counsel, in an email of the 28th of March, so of today at 9:42, seeks leave to use one item in examination of witness 6, which was only shared with the panel and the parties with the Victims' Counsel presentation queue for that witness on Thursday, 23rd of March. It has further been disclosed now. The exhibit is V430001 till V403001, and it is a photograph included at item 7 of the presentation queue for witness 6. Yes? Considering that's only one photograph and that both the SPO and the defense have had sufficient time to study it and that no objections have been raised, the panel authorized Victims' Counsel to use it. Yes, this concludes our oral order, and I will now give the floor to Victims' Counsel for his questioning. You have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honour. Good afternoon, Madam Witness. As you know, my role in this case...
Good afternoon.
My role in this case is that of Victims' Counsel.
Yes.
Very few questions in a moment, all right?
Very well. Go ahead.
Your Honour, first of all, may we just go into private session just for 2 questions.
Madam Court Officer, can you bring us into private session, please?
Your Honours, we're in public session.
Please proceed, Victims' Counsel.
Madam Witness, you had known your husband for very, very many years, and in that time you told us that people spoke well of him, spoke good words about him, regardless of their nationality, and that is from the transcript at page 45, lines 14 to 16. Do you remember saying that to us earlier today?
Yes.
I'd like you to tell the judges, please, what were the qualities about your husband that made people speak well of him?
Yes.
No.
May I?
Has everybody the transcript? Is it working for everybody?
No, I don't see it either. Perhaps it's not that important for me to see it, but
It's not working for me.
No, it's not working. So before answering the question of Victims' Counsel, Madam Witness, we will try to have this technical issue resolved. Behind the schemes, they're working hard to resolve the issue. I have been updated with regard to the technical situation of the transcript. It would need a restart of the system, and that would take at least 10 minutes. And we have planned to finalize today at 4 o'clock. So we will call it a day for today, and I will liaise to see if tomorrow we can have some kind of an arrangement in order to see if we can sit some more in order to recuperate time we could not use for effective examining today. And I think it counts up for an hour already. Madam Witness, we are going to adjourn for today, and we will continue tomorrow morning with the questions of Victims' Counsel. Yes? So...
That's fine by me, thank you. Your Honor, Madam Presiding Judge.
Madam Witness, I advise you to take some rest, yeah, and please don't discuss anything you have where you have given your testimony on today with anybody, and we will see you back tomorrow. Madam Court Usher will accompany you out. Thank you.
I understood everything. Have a good day, all the best.
Thank you, Madam Court Usher. Is there anything that the parties or Victims' Counsel would like to raise with the panel? Madam Prosecutor, no? No. Very well. Then I thank you all for your attendance, and I thank the interpreters and the audiovisual technicians and the security personnel for their assistance today. The hearing is adjourned till tomorrow, 9:30.
All rise.